Yes, and one day I'm gonna do a charity incentive for like $10,000, and if I meet it, then I'm going to have to do a hot tub stream. And fucking, I cannot wait to see the neighborhood watch jump on that. Because you know they will. Anyway, we're gonna get back to Phoenix Wright in just a moment. We had a bit of a crash last week. I've replayed up to roughly where the crash happened. So, you know what, Shadow Mage? Maybe it will be. We'll see. But yeah. Hopefully that wasn't something inherent in the game and it'll crash again. That would make me very sad. But yeah. Looking at the length of the walkthrough, yes, I used a walkthrough to get back to where we were. I have no shame in that. I want it to be quick. Looking at the length of the walkthrough, I think if we have a slightly longer than usual stream today, we will be able to finish this entire case today. And that's quite exciting. With that said, let's go. That is what they say, right? Let's go. Whoops. I made the music louder instead of softer. Because I'm a dingus. And there we go. So, last week we successfully proved... Oh my god, Zach, that's such a good emote. That's so good! Last week we successfully proved that in fact there was no murder at the police station. Which was a great success until we realized that all that did was prove that our client, Lana, was the only person who could have committed the murder. So, not great. Not what you would call a monumental success. And yeah, this is basically where we left off. With the judge saying, oh, well, now we have one suspect who has confessed to the murder, and a witness to that murder, and we've proven that the other murder of the same person in a different place didn't actually happen. So we're fucked. Hi, Josh. I'm very glad to have you here.
It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty.
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
And fucking Emma bursts in, because Emma is best girl, and she has impeccable timing. Your Honor, wait! Emma! The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? Do you mean right?
Mr. Wright? Are you this girl's guardian?
So, fully confessing, I met her 3 days ago. I still don't fully know who she is. Legally, no, I'm not her guardian. But I'm her friend. Does that count? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please, hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Surely that's the judge's decision, but whatever. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings? Yeah, the SL9 incident is a serial killer thing that's been going on, and it's, like, at the center of this. for some reason, and she was involved in the case in some way from before. It's a whole thing. If you're confused, A, I don't blame you. B, probably watch the VODs at some point. Why yes, Shadow Mage. I do mean the 675 incident. I like how they thought they were slick with that. So yeah, files for the Joe Dark killing solved 2 years ago. Oh ho, but Marshall thinks it wasn't really solved, or that there was something. Nice, Wright Mage. Have good date and good luck. The victims included Jake Marshall's brother, so that's always fun. And Kirby. Miles was the head prosecutor, and Lana and Emma Skye were the witnesses. So that's something. Lana Skye was also the executive investigator, along with Damon Gant, whose name is literally one rotation away from being Demon. So, you know, he's definitely the good guy. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky Sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. Hang on. I don't know if it's affecting anybody in chat at the moment, but apparently there was an ad running? Even though there shouldn't have been, it should have happened earlier, whatever. Yeah, because I'm the Pogmaster, Shadow Mage. Yeah, I just checked. Whatever, the ad should have happened a while ago. I don't know, my ad manager is a little bit weird at the moment. I still don't like the idea of running ads, but it's something Twitch does, and whatever. I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So, did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. You are 16. You shouldn't even be here. Why are you not in school? Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. Yes! Why aren't you in school? And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy.
Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Ah, there is! Because the Blue Badger was in front of that. Sorry, I keep saying it wrong. The Sonic OC Do Not Steal was in front of that. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If I've ever needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? There's something the floor plan is missing. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright.
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use.
Question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans?
The Vibio. It's always the Vibio. As they say back west, even a blind man can hit with the buckshot. That is, so long as he's facing the general direction. It seems Mr. Wright's not sure which direction to... Okay, so I don't have to show them in the video where... Fucking fine. It's no use. The more evidence there is, the greater the chance of me being wrong. Okay, so I know what's missing. I just thought I had to show them what's missing first. Please allow me another chance.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time.
Which item can prove something is missing? So that's what's missing. But the way that was worded... God damn it, this game sometimes. I love it. But sometimes it is not very clear what they want from you. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please, look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well?
Well, what?
Yeah! That's right. As long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What?
So, that means... just exactly what does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. How did you get here? You were in the witnesses stand 30 seconds ago. Emma, on that afternoon... Oh, Josh, all the evidence is flimsy. It's fine. Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on the locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in.
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman, when he was really murdered. That is a hell of an assumption. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur?
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room.
That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this.
Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place?
Well, we have this list of when people entered. So it must have taken place at 420 Blazes. That's really weird, Shadow Mage. I feel like you need to test the hypothesis much more consistently, though. You need to do your experiments in triplicate. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
An ID card? Oh! The ID card record.
Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ah!
Ah! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done?
I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. How do you know, Edgeworth? That sounds like the words of someone with experience. Experience in murder?
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence.
Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. Lucky number 7s. Talk about a lucky number. Oh, every time I say something that I think is vaguely clever, the game says the same thing, indicating that I am exactly as smart as this game. Shadow Mage.
But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 77777777.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. As ASAP as possible.
I love saying that to piss people off.
Find out whose ID number is 777777.
That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777777777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous! Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted.
An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. Sir, we are trying to get to the bottom of this. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her. The defendant sitting over there. Yeah, Josh, it is unfortunately very accurate. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident.
The SL9 incident?
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oh! Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. Occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana. I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. You're in that trial 2 years ago. Did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator, in that crime, in the eye, and say that you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't...
I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That is a not great thing for a lawyer to say. Specifically for a chief prosecutor to say. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence. Ah! Well, I see where Edgeworth picked it up from. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir, the chaos in the courtroom, something, would have to wait until the following day. Okay, that's... So they forged evidence. That's always great. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm so sorry for what my sister said. Yeah, drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. Okay, game, I adore you. Please, you're not an anime. We don't need a flashback to literally the previous scene. Maybe the villain, Josh. But that doesn't mean she's the murderer. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. God, what a name. Joe Dark. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Well, you know, Phoenix, you were still in the sea at that point. You hadn't met your shark mom. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. Oh? Okay, fine, Shadow Mage. What I mean is, you're not Naruto. You don't need to give a flashback to literally 5 minutes ago. God. Because I say anime, not all anime does it. But Naruto loves giving fucking flashbacks to the same episode you're in. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Okay, Emma, are you seeing the size of this file? Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? I'm assuming she was the incriminating piece of evidence. On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. Oh. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Phoenix. You didn't see that one coming. You didn't see that Emma was a witness in the trial, where she's listed as a witness. God damn it, you're so incompetent. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I know, Zach. It's his pure shark luck. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then, suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seems like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. The much, much better looking sibling. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then... what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I I can still see it now. Permanent picture? What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? God, that man just has onion head. I know we're supposed to be focusing on the murder that's occurring, but that man just has onion head. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. Also, I haven't aged in the past 2 years. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grow up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. That's why someone took the evidence out of Goodman's locker. Because they didn't want someone to figure out that there was fake evidence. That is going to be my guess. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. No, it's all his fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why, then, would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. And they didn't take away his knife? God damn it, is no one competent in this world? Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly! Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. Oh, that's interesting. So she was another detective on the case. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? Better have another talk with her. Curiouser and curiouser. Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? Because you're supposed to be on the side of the law? I don't know. But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. I just don't care about them. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office? No, Shadow Mage, I know, but like, especially Edgeworth is all about taking the moral high ground. That, I don't know, it's all a bit hypocritical. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about the unusual change of jobs. I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Yeah, she was Edgeworth's mentor for at least part of it. Also, Edgeworth was mentored by a vampire, so, like, he's not the most reliable person. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness, Miss Starr, said? About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Yeah, that's a super fucking good question. Emma, this doesn't just involve me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. She doesn't look phased to me. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. She had these really rad pink sunglasses. Mine aren't as cool, but you know, I do what I can. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience in investigating crimes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Thank you, Shadow Mage. Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. We even had the same office? We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. In her defense, none of this had anything to do... None of this had anything explicit to do with the case you were defending her on. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So, you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. It's weird that she got there before they did, when it was just across the hall. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark, who had somehow collapsed under the person who he stabbed in the back. That's not suspicious at all. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. I can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Yeah, that's kind of my suspicion, Josh. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. And with this rad music, which I'm not going to mute, I'm going to take a quick break. Just going to get some water and run a quick ad to reduce the pre-rolls. That's what I suspect, Shadow Mage, but we'll find out. I'll be back in, like, 2 minutes. Chat, please, I need you to vibe for me. If I come back and there's no vibes, I'm going to be sad. It's amazing how hard you all manage to vibe, even when you're intentionally trying not to vibe. You just can't help it. Also, Juice, how dare. But also, Juice, welcome, you cute. Okay, so we have to go investigate the Chief Detective's office, because he's a dickbag. Shadowmage, you can't help it. You're in permanent vibe mode. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. Thank you, Josh. I actually forgot about that emote. It's so good. You're right. The Chief of Detectives seems the same, though. Why didn't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right, we can come back here later. Oh, I thought I was supposed to... Okay. Aha! Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you. Eh, Bambina? You should have known my luck had run... Sorry, I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Who is old Billy? Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? I mean, to prison, ideally, for assault? Would be my guess. It's over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. No! I mean, if you're being interrogated, that's fine. Okay, it is. That's fine. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Yes, because you're a criminal. Like, I have very little sympathy for you. You assaulted Officer Meekins, who is a sweetheart. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was this one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. Oh, that's interesting. Because that's happened in several of the cases. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance the knife was not the murder weapon. Oh! However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? Of course! We've already been over this! God damn it, Phoenix! That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners... Oh wait, that's Marshall. If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person in the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Oh. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. I got the looks, but he got the brains. Both, sir. He got both. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. God, that's young. The older I get, the younger 27 is. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer. Once again, a lot of weird parallels here. It feels like more than coincidence. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Well, no, someone stole the evidence first. That's not quite the same. Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. You are one of the good ones, Marshall. And by one of the good ones, I mean an actual criminal who assaulted a police officer. The place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Oh wait. I thought that was Gant's voice. Oh well, it was just a dude. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did, and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. That's not how anything works. You can't just go to a place and say, "Hi, I would like to look at your CEO's office," and they give you directions. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Emma, shut up! This worked! God damn it, Emma! Hey, you're right! You can't go in there, it's off limits! Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Bed, wed, behead. The oak tree from Minecraft. The apple tree from Animal Crossing. And the rich mahogany tree from Terraria. Fun fact, I've only played Minecraft of these three. Oak tree, that's a relationship built to last, from my experience. So, I would marry the oak tree. Since Shadow Mage seems to like the mahogany, you know what? I will fuck the mahogany tree. And I'll kill the apple tree. Apple trees are fine, but there are better fruits. Oh my god! Sir, why do you have a pipe organ? And like a full double organ. This is absurdly over the top. Hey, where am I? You know what? That's actually fair, Shadow Mage. In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Buck. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was. Oh no, he found us. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. God, I keep misclicking. Can I go back? Sorry. He said something. I'm sure it wasn't important. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I have had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? I would call that more than provocative, sir. 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies! See that big picture on the wall over there? Hey, that's the pot. In the background there. That's interesting. I never looked at it from this angle. This thing doesn't have a bottom. That's weird. I wonder which side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right? Now, Shadow Mage, that's just mean. Also, she's 16. Please don't look at her bottom. But yeah, that's that thing. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. This is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I mean, in the strictest sense, she actually doesn't have a bottom, in the sense that they didn't draw her below the waist. So...
We took it to commemorate our work together.
Something's not right with this picture. Can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. I really do, Cam. I'm very proud of you. You put the effort in and it pays off.
Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh, but this office. It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
Also, we're not detectives, so it would be hard to justify even if it was relevant. All the same, we'd like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now, hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. Okay, in his defense, it could just be that it's his office. And it's irrelevant. Like, he's clearly the villain. But, I mean, also just... Like, you don't let people just wander into your office. You mean, like, a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office.
Hey, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Juice? Juice, is Gant your type? Older goth Catholic men? I really didn't know that that was your type, Juice. You're allowed to like.
Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office.
You know what? You say that, Shadow Mage, but his tie is also a cross. And, like, he's got an actual church organ in his office. I think, yeah, 1500s Gothic Catholic is very much the vibe they're going for. Dude will be whipping himself in 15 minutes.
It's almost like the battles between you two in court.
That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? God damn it, Phoenix. You're being a terrible defense attorney.
Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. How he gets sucked off under the table. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him? Oh my, Juice.
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies.
Hey, Dick! Keep up the good work. I know it's his name, but you can't just shout, "Hey, Dick."
Yes, sir.
Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat.
Yes, sir.
You gotta take me back to that joint sometime. Okay, Dick?
Yes, sir.
It seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about it. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack.
Juice, is that you descending upside down from the table to provide Miles with services? Actually, I took a look at the file earlier. That's Edgeworth.
Actually, I took a look at the file earlier. Well, the coffee was brewing.
He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything?
The only evidence Dark left behind was his final attack.
His final attack?
When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. No, Shadow Mage. How dare you bring this curse into my world? Juice, no! Not Miles Prowler. That extra L makes it so much worse. It is Prower, no L. As in Miles Prower, miles per hour. Not Miles Prowler, who prowls around the neighborhood. That's so much worse. Also, yes, I do appreciate the idea that everyone here is just an anthropomorphic version of Phoenix, of Sonic characters.
That's only left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written in here, okay?
His powers of recollection never fail to impress. That's not the word I'd use, but okay. You know, Juice, the thing is, you're almost certainly right. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
Businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
Animal?
He killed the man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a second. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
That's not serial killing. That's mass killing, and it's also insane. Well, Juice, can you blame them? Shadow is the edgelord. Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture.
My man, you cannot just conjecture like that.
There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
Didn't he hand himself in? Couldn't they go to where the bodies were? This isn't a ROM. It's just the Steam version. But yes, it's almost certainly possible. It's almost certainly possible to do that. God damn you, Shadow Mage, I'll look into it. So, he turned himself in?
Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim.
I thought he was brought in for questioning, not handed himself in. This story is getting weird. Also, this apparently all took place in like one day. I don't think that counts as a serial killer.
Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness, aka Emma. And what does he think of the murder weapon? Yeah, correct, Juice. About this.
Hey, is that...
It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. Hello, McChungus. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case has been closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from that locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? Nice! I haven't actually checked out Indieland. I probably should if it's still running.
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
Correct. You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found.
I'm not going to say that.
That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body.
Oh?
It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife? I mean, presumably?
You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive. Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. And the switchblade is updated.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Man, if only we had a detective's ID. Man, if only we had a detective's ID. Oh shit, that's great, Chungus. Also, yes, Shadow Mage, I was thinking something similar.
Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. Emma, keep that a secret.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind.
That's interesting.
Huh. The connection between these two might be the thing. Oh, shit! I see a nice pointy object there that is probably what ended up killing him. Also, notice that the King of Prosecutors trophy here has a shield and a broken sword. I don't think... This one doesn't have the sword. There's weirdness afoot. Okay, this is not the important thing, apparently. Let me share a little evidence with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. About that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere? Maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. That's the most uninformative... must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Let's take a look at that photo again. Because there's a lot of weirdness here. But I think it's more than coincidence that they show that big ol' spike there. And I also find it interesting that previously there was a broken sword and a broken shield. I wonder why the statue was changed. But yeah, it looks like Dark may very well have been innocent. And one of the things that Marshall said is that the stab wound did not exactly match the knife. Oh yeah. This picture was taken by a moron. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office, and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? And now I show him the photo. No? Oh, okay. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Blah. I don't think there's anything super important here. Interesting. I would have thought that... Whoops. Huh. I would have thought that that photo would have done it for him. Or is it this? Hey! That's it! That's a King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Shadow Mage. Shadow Mage, you're assuming the people who wrote this have any idea how anything works. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently, he's forgotten. Dang it, I really thought that was going to be the thing. But apparently not. Maybe I'm not in a position to do it yet. Yeah. I don't think I've got anything else, so maybe I'll just have to come back later. Oh, a new thing? No one's here today, not even Miss Star. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Is anything here worth re-examining? That's where we found that note. 221 SL9, the SL9 incident. A case that was due for transferal the day of the murder. I never knew the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Josh, because as her defense attorney, it is our job always to believe blah blah blah. Phoenix is very principled and very dumb. Everyone in this case played some part in that incident. There has to be more than just sheer coincidence. I kind of agree with you. But the thing is, I don't think there's going to be anything more to investigate here. I think probably moving to, yeah, the chief prosecutor's office is what matters. Or high prosecutor, whatever. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. Hey! Malu! Malu, thank you for the raid. You were playing Flynn, Son of Crimson? I kickstarted that, and I got it the other day. I haven't started playing it yet. How is it? Good day, Malu, you cutie. How are you enjoying the game so far? There he is. Looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Pretty good mechanically, you're having a good romp with it. Doggo get? Oh, that's the most important part. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Shadow Mage, probably. I mean, that's fair, Malu. Some games are one and done, and that's perfectly valid. Malu, that's your fucking emote? That's amazing! Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Yeah, I might be adding that to my BTTV emotes. I do love these games. They're so dumb. But I love them. Yes, tell me about shit. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. Yeah, but you didn't know it was false. Like, I get that you feel guilty about this, but there's other shit you should feel guilty about, not this. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Give me a second, I want to check something. Yeah, we're all good. Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, I know, Josh. I'm like, yeah, you've spent the entire game preparing witnesses, falsifying testimonies, and getting, like, oh, here's the updated coroner's report. And I'm like, and now you feel guilty for something where you're not actually guilty? Fuck off, buddy. I take pride in my work, especially when I falsify evidence from witnesses. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. You know what? It probably is that, Josh. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. It's worth noting, there was basically a witness as well, although she was 14 and didn't see the event, so, you know. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seems strange about it. Here's the thing, Malu. I've played this, but I don't remember how this case ends. So I'm genuinely quite excited to see again exactly what happens. Could you tell us again what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Okay, Chief killed Goodman, put Goodman in the trunk of Edgeworth's car, finagled an excuse to get Edgeworth over here. Still doesn't explain how Lana factors into this. I'm curious what he thinks about some of the other stuff. Let's see. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. The prosecutor, Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Go on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means hellbird, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? I wonder if this is true at all. Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Definitely Emma. Not me. I know it, but, you know, she might not... No, Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute! Those claims contradict each other. Yes, Phoenix, that is the entire point of the story. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? It's real? That's kind of cool. Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. That's really cool, Shadow Mage. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Almost like it was evidence in a crime. Chief Gant? King of Prosecutors Trophy updated in the court record. I think that's all we need to talk to him about. Whoops, I wanted to present that. Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very stylish manner. Whose side are you on? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. What about this? No, he has no interest in that either. Okay, I tried. You can't blame me for trying. Oh, okay. I can still look around his office, because I was interested in that. For some reason, I thought I couldn't look around his office while he was here. Gun contradiction? Fuck yeah. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no! He's falling to the ground! Hold on. First let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, Letter of Resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. What? What? I guess? That seems incredibly invasive. No, no, Juice. Instead, you're going to move to having that as a full-time position, since he'll need something to take his mind off of not seeing Phoenix all the time. That looked like all that I could do. Oh? Thing? Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Starr, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover... What the fuck? You can't just say that in casual conversation. A statement like that needs some kind of lead-up. This woman is Angel Star. She sells lunches. And Shadow Mage, correct. Juice is correct. That is a jelly donut. If Pokemon has taught me anything. But, God, I cannot get over this. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Why? That's why you're involved. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife, during which I'm willing to bet he was already dead. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred toward Lana and her love of cow nipples. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Yes, Shadow Mage? You seem very excited? That did not happen. No, I don't believe that. No, I cannot for the life of me believe that. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Okay, the story Gumshoe told us is now clearly untrue. Because the story Gumshoe told us was like, it all took place in an afternoon. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. Gumshoe is harmless, but he's also dumb as bricks. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. That's not what magnetism means, ma'am. He had produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. I'm willing to bet he didn't. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? Ah, the answer is blackmail, I suspect. I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. Last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Mostly because I suck on cows' nipples, apparently. I'm actually going to take a quick water break. Chat, I suggest you hydrate and stretch as well. Because it is better to hydrate than to dehydrate. So, I'm going to put on some music. I'm going to run an ad so that we get rid of those horrible pre-rolls. And I will be back in probably 2 minutes. And we back. How did everybody enjoy their vibe? I should probably switch over to the game. I think we have everything we need at the moment to move forward. I think the thing we needed to convince Gumshoe would be the letter of resignation. He's very worried about Edgeworth, and so I think that would motivate him. You know, I really love that emote juice. I don't use it often enough, but it's so heckin' cute. Oh, you're back! You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. That's not what DJ means. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Okay. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. No you, Shadow Mage. Not letting you into the chief's office. Period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Oh, but I suspect there is. He is very concerned about Edgeworth. So evidence that Edgeworth is going to resign might be what it takes. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? Can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But... Here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. God, this case really does him dirty. Gumshoe's so good, and they just shit on him over and over. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, Detective. Thank you. Well? Yeah, there's no way to say anything more to thank him. Ah, such a good lad. Here goes, Mr. Wright. God, this man's in... Look at this place. Yeah, Josh, that's not uncommon. Shadow Mage, have we not established? Phoenix Wright is an ace attorney. He doesn't suck dick. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. I did not think he was coming up here and getting slapped. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. No, I'm just saying ace people generally don't have the desire to suck dick. He can be both, Zach. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket? What? 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 That seems unnecessary. You could have just given it back, Phoenix. Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Luca, I'm simply saying that apes can be ace. I mean, theoretically. But also, don't interrupt your date for this. So is your date, Luca. God. Besides, we're all in this together now. I'm sure it is fine, Luca. It's just, of all the things to interrupt a date. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. Yes, Luca, go, enjoy. Okay, let's look at the organ. The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Okay, I just want that sentence without context. Just... Thank you, Shadow Mage. It's much appreciated. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. That's called tinnitus, and that makes him an incredibly abusive boss? What the fuck? So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. It really is. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... No. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. I think that's his ID number. Holy shit, first time. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was it, pal? It's a 7-digit number. Gumshoe, please. All 7s. The final ID number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the office that day? You mean 77777777? That ID number? I think you're 1-7 shy this time. Can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Yes, I was busy doing that. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? God damn it, Gumshoe, relax. Look, it's a gun. Shard from a broken cup. Oh, specifically from the broken vase. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here, too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth with a handprint? This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? Is that all that was in the safe? Apparently so, it's empty now. Piece of cloth with the handprint on it? And the broken shard from a cup? They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove their relevance to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Phoenix, you fucking dumbass. Like, the cloth is a little bit less clear, fine. But... like... The handle is clearly from this. I don't even know how I'm supposed to make that connection. Can I present this to Gumshoe? Detective Gumshoe, did you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put this back together. Ah, those were the days. That was yesterday. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? That looks exactly like the pot? Nah, unrelated. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Whoops! I right-clicked by mistake, which cancelled it. Although apparently that was the right thing, because it doesn't fit. But it has to. I need a breather. I'll try again later. Am I just a dingbat for right-clicking immediately? My hand sometimes gets into this weird situation where my middle finger is just like super lazy and I right-click a ton. And I hate it. Let's get through this quickly. So yeah, it's a weird thing. And apparently right-click was cancelled. Just do the thing. There! It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed the piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey, guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached? It's different from the others. Is it? That's interesting. That almost looks like it was intended to be writing. But I assumed it was blood. Oh, it is. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? But something I would like to do... No, not present. I have a suspicion that that spear was the actual quote-unquote murder weapon. If it was cleaned off a long time ago. Doesn't mean I'm wrong. Just means that the evidence isn't there. Oh? Whoa, this area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? It must be, when Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull. So a murder really did take place here. And unfortunately, that's on the opposite side of the room from what I would expect. Doesn't look like there's any other blood, which is kind of unfortunate. Well, here's the thing. In this game, that's probably true, Shadow Mage. Oh, actually, let's chat to him as well. That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it here. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, right? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Che? And hello, I love you. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? I think he's the actual devil. Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Anyway, let's keep examining shit. Look at his phone. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier, he put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Edgeworth told us the same thing. Yeah, I know, Juice. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident? I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, Detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists? Normally they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence? List of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Let's take a look at that so long. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. It's really difficult to try to rotate this, but... I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. That's the drawing Emma drew! What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I'd better not forget about this picture. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. That is not the correct response, Emma. You don't have any taxes to pay. Also that, you're 16 in high school without a job.
Shh! Be careful of what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out! You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think? Don't be mean to Gumshoe. He's a dumb boy, but we love him. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
Nope. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of.
Does he keep it in memory of her, or in memory of the crime?
Ah!
These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. That's pretty common. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Oh shit! She left a picture of her sister behind? My opinion of Lana falls ever lower.
Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
Sir, we are on the 15th floor.
Thank you, Phoenix. I know, I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that! I feel like I'm missing something really big. Look at the size of the desk. We found this inside the desk drawer. What would this list be doing here? We better look into look a little more into this list. I have. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he?
But they say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh! Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. If we look at this picture again... We've got that on what looks like wooden shelves, I would guess. Which I think is Gant's side. We've got the armor. And yet there's no evidence of any blood anywhere. It's all very odd. Yeah, it's that plate. I don't think it's meaningful. So what I'm curious about now is, what about that piece of leather? That doesn't seem to have been added to my court record in any way, and yet I don't see what to do with it. I've got to find a way to convince Gumshoe that it's important. Hmm? Oh! Maybe if I can dust it for fingerprints? I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So, you want to take some fingerprints? It's a great idea, Detective. Alright, let's go to town. Sheesh! What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh! I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Time for cocaine. I had to click on the fingerprint first. I just wanted to cocaine. And blow it off. That's real smudgy. Kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? Doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print. Honestly, the middle finger's looking pretty good. Yes, that'll give me a nice clear print. I have no idea if fingerprints on leather would ever be this clear, but whatever. Okay, so it's not Damon Gant, which slightly surprises me. Interesting. Oh? This is Emma's fingerprint? That is a great surprise. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Yeah, I feel like we're not that far from the end. The thing is, I've played this case, and I don't remember at all how it concludes. So I'm actually quite excited. Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Okay, Emma, sweetheart, you're gonna be concerned. Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. Go on, Phoenix, just tell her. Oh, okay. Good to know. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst, hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Do everything in your power to protect her. Here, maybe you should hold on to that. I guess, but... Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? I think this is probably Gant talking, but I'm not sure yet. Oh yeah, Gumshoe is just my my big old himbo, and I adore him. In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Yep, it was him. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Ah! Chief Gant! Hi, Copper. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting,
I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pond. Just then I thought of a certain detective. You mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now, get out. Yes, sir. Juice, how can you like this man when he's mean to Gumshoe? We'll be on our way too, then.
What happened?
You know what? Fair, Juice. Also, hi, Chair. What happened was this dude's a dickbag. Wait. You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair. You're free to go. Mr. Wright! Don't leave, Phoenix! God! Look, pal. If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? Yeah, sneaking in there, with you and your assistants. I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said that. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Nice, Copper. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you're listening to me? I'm gonna try smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. I've got a suspicion. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the Chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. Yeah, you told me you were guilty. Bye, clever name. Thanks for stopping by. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. That's not actually a good thing. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. Except for eyewitness testimony and his blood on her coat and... No, there was I'm gonna disagree. That's like a hard disagree, Phoenix. Have a good dinner. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. Nikki also cute. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name? God damn it, is it not obvious? It's Officer Meekins. Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Well, this is more hid evidence. There's the evidence list, which was ripped in half, which is concerning. There is also the pot, which proves that he hid evidence. I don't think the cloth would be a good one here. I'm gonna go with the unstable jar. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. Person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details. I can't say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Yep, I was right. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? So yeah, in spite of everything, her testimony was accurate. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? They didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Oh ho ho! To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on his own, on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. But your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But, Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now, please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. We're making good progress today. I wonder if we do a long stream. I was going to say, will we be able to finish this today? But I know how long these games are. So, I don't think we can reasonably finish this today. Which is unfortunate. Because it is so good so far. Or alternately, I could just do like a 5-hour stream. I mean, that is certainly an option. Well, Nikki has me at gunpoint. I cannot say no. It seems I must continue. We'll take a break in about 15 minutes though. This is the defendant lobby, alright? But there's no defendant. No, I normally can't. But then when Nikki has me at gunpoint, it's even more convincing. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Oh! Hey, Ziggles, I'm very glad to hear that. You know what? I've got 3 yeses and 0 nos, and frankly, I'm the 4th yes. This case is very compelling, and I want to finish it today. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. No, you're the best, Ziggles. Heck. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here. To hear what you have to say. God, Edgeworth's so good. I really like Edgeworth as kind of pursuer of truth rather than just brutal prosecutor. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright? See you in my dreams, Edgeworth. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Okay, but that is entirely their relationship, Shadow Mage. You can't complain. I mean, also fair. Yes, you can.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to do.
Chief Gant.
Morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, Adji, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
You fucker, what have you done? What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Oh, shit! But, Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Fuck yes, Edgeworth. One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut,
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. Yo, this is rad. With this sudden confession from your defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. Oh, shit! I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. God, Edgeworth is so good when he gets into this kind of mood.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy! You'll live to regret this, mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Oh god, she looks so young in those shots. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister. I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
He sure gave in fast. Now, Please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. And I'm actually going to take this as an opportunity to take a quick water and bathroom break. Once again, I'm going to run an ad just to get rid of pre-rolls for new people arriving. I'm going to put on some background music, and I will be back in, like, 2-ish minutes, probably. Have good vibes, chat. And I am back. Apparently, in perfect time. That song just ended. And yeah, we shouldn't have any pre-roll ads for a while at least. Let us get back to the game. I don't know why I said it like that. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Did he? Did he? Don't we look like a crime scene photo? I don't know, the picture we saw was stabbed, yeah, stabbed in the back. That's very interesting. I don't think she's lying, but she's misremembering.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much. Oh shit, I didn't even notice the hydrate from chair. That was 28 minutes ago and I didn't notice. Let me do that now.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. Got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
So there's one point I wanted to press her on, and one contradiction. I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Yes, Nikki! Break down those anti-cute defenses so Shadow Mage will eventually accept the cutie that they are. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out?
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
That's good, Shadow Mage. Don't fight your cuteness. Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
I want to know about this picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. Ah, but it hasn't been lost. It was intentionally hidden. Because that's a very different thing. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. But I did draw it, I swear! I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew. That reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Anyway, let's continue. The scene that imprinted an image on your mind. Can you please describe it to us? Oh, before that, we actually have the picture. It's on the back of the evidence list. Right there. A picture is drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. I've got a very bad feeling about this. No! Here's the thing, Shadow Mage. No. When he got the evidence list, he commented that it was half as long as it was expected, and now we find that the evidence list was torn in half. I think what happened is that Gant kept half of the evidence list. Because Gant is a son of a bitch. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? We got the good music! Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident?
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What's this?
Yes, what is that? Hey! That's it! That's the picture I drew.
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge, something something.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete.
Yeah, 2 men wrestling. One of them was wrestling with... Yeah. The 2 men appear to be wrestling. Emma walked in on 2 men wrestling naked. That's all that happened, and we will not discuss this further.
These 2 lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
Malu is cute. Nikki is correct. So, you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What? What? Order! Order! But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Yeah, that's not her fault. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor.
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth?
It's possible. Let's see. He never once turned that sheet of paper over.
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Joanna. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. No fucking way is the Sonic OC gonna be important at this point. No, fuck you.
That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
The fucking Sonic OC? Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. I don't know one topic. I've never heard of it.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Oh, I didn't get the chance to mention that he was stabbed in the back, not the chest. Apparently not important. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. That sounds rad. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall.
I mean, it doesn't, but that's a reasonable interpretation.
Defense may now begin its cross-examination.
I don't think that's important. All I could see were shadows. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that was when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? I actually want to check something. Now that we've got this complete list. That was above? That's interesting. That's not the orientation I expected. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Paula! Hello! Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. I mean, questionable at this point. Anyway, this picture. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Steech, hello.
Mr. Wright? Is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene, yet... The thing is, he was stabbed in the back, and this does not look like a stabbing in the back stance. That's the only contradiction I can think of. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
Now that I find a bit more vague. I mean, I'm assuming it's the knife or whatever. Yeah, I guess. I think there's something wrong with the knife, but I'm not quite getting it. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. Oh, is that what they're going for? That Emma drew it with the tip already broken off? That's not how I was interpreting that at all. I was just, you know, she just drew a vague shape.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Ah! What's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. But what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. They are, Shadow Mage. It's beautiful to observe. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. But she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Just objections back and forth. I fucking love it. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No. Order, order, order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? That's an interesting question. Shit, there is one! There is another broken knife. It's right over there. You see, I love these parts of Phoenix Wright games, where it all fucking comes together. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Yes, Copper! Eat them nuggies. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Now, do I present this? Yeah, 2 years ago the halberd was removed. If anything's broken here, it's you. Huh?
I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright.
But may I... Oh! Okay. Okay, so that wasn't the right one? So I had to present the picture. Okay, fine. For some reason I thought the picture wouldn't work. But I think my problem with this game is I frequently, like, I think of the obvious thing, and then I think, no, they wouldn't be that obvious. So then I go with the other thing, and then I'm wrong. And so then I flip around the next time and go, oh, so I'll choose the obvious thing, and then no, that one. You never know whether to go, like, 1 layer deep or 2 layers deep. But I don't mind it. They give you enough leeway that you can normally win. If you're on the right track, there'll be 1 or 2 pieces of evidence. So it's never too bad. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Yeah, I kind of agree, Shadow Mage.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order, order, order.
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. Exactly correct. She only saw silhouettes. She assumed Dark was the one with the knife for obvious reasons. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Marshall. Oh. Oh!
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth, what is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please?
This list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I am the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? Why is the Sonic OC getting involved? No, I hate that music. It haunts my dreams. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the Sonic OC. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well...
Stop. Please, don't pursue this any further. Lana,
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. There's another flash of lightning. That's when I saw the blue badger. I saw his shadow. His shadow? You mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. Lucent Falls, thank you so much for the follow. It is much appreciated. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please show us what this shadow really is. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is the Sonic OC Do Not Steal really? I hate this. I am! I'm at one of my... Here's the thing, Lucent Falls. I've played this trial before, and I don't remember how it ends for the life of me. So I'm just remembering bits and pieces like one step ahead. Stitch, how can you possibly be cuter when you're max cute? The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Miles Edgeworth. Mr. Wright?
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious Sonic OC Do Not Steal lookalike.
It's this fucking jar. It's this fucking jar. I hate it so much. The mysterious Sonic OC Do Not Steal was in fact this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
The jar makes me angry because of this moment. I didn't know why the jar made me angry for 2 weeks. I just knew it made me angry. And now I remember why it makes me angry. I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
It's the coincidence of it, okay? It fucking kills me. That's what she saw? Or is it the other way around? No, I had it right. I shouldn't have fucked it up when I had it right. You should be! This is upsetting. I hope that's close enough. Okay, that's not close enough, apparently. Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawing. Like, that's fine. I think that has to be more towards the back-ish. Unless that's exactly what I did before. No, that's more like it. Because then it's got the bendies. No. I'm trying my best. This is one of these things where it's like, it's clear that I know what's going on. And every time I have to listen to the dang music. No, that little bit has to be hidden. That much is clear. Is this not exactly what I presented before? Or like closer to that? God damn it! Okay, I'm doing my best here. Like, at this point, I'm checking the walkthrough. Yeah, I probably do have it tilted slightly. Because it's got to be basically like that. Phoenix does not have an art degree. He is a shark. Like, I'm comparing this to a walkthrough, and it's helping less than you'd expect. There! That's the answer. Whoops, wrong button. God damn it! Why is this the hardest part of the game? This should not be the hardest part of the game. I am going to try to use the not particularly good keyboard controls. Because I figure they may have a little bit more accuracy. Come on, that's pretty close, right? I feel like I've done this exact thing several times. Do I have to, like, nope. Whoops. Well, I messed that up. I'll just restart that one. Okay, no mouse this time. And even so, it still went slightly awry. Is that not sufficient? Is that not sufficient? Like, I am looking at the fucking walkthrough. Okay, in the walkthrough, this is a little bit more down. It's closer to, like, that. God damn it! I am so frustrated. I appreciate the fact that they're giving me infinite opportunities.
Well, excuse me, princess.
Like, does that not look exactly like the thing? Apparently not. Oh my god. I'm literally going to look up another walkthrough for this. I cannot be the only one who's struggling with this. Okay, steamcommunity.com. The blue badger is going to make me kill myself. Okay, I'm glad it's not just me. Apparently, like, it's a very, very precise thing. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to try now, based on an image from the Steam version. But, you see, I don't remember this being this difficult in the earlier versions. In the 3DS version, this was nowhere near as difficult. So, let's try this again. Fuck! I pressed the wrong button. That's fine. Is it not rotated enough? No, the rotation looks fine. This looks as close as it's possible to get to the image that someone posted on the Steam forum. Fucking thank you! That is incredibly frustrating. Like, that was... What I just presented there was not significantly different to several of the other ones I presented. But this one was right. That is frustrating. The rest of this has been great, but that was a frustrating puzzle. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Sonic OC Do Not Steal. Oh, it'll never be out of your head. It's there forever.
Order! Order! Defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Sonic OC Do Not Steal witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance and his 400 attempts to arrange a jar just so, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that OC thingy was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then, please tell us. What's the difference now that we know the witness saw this jar? There are a couple of weird things, actually. The biggest one is the location. Because this jar was not where the everything happened. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime scene. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
Ah! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Ripperoni. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? Good job, Phoenix. No! I didn't see what Edra said there. Probably not important.
So it was the victim who took the victim's life. And then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
I'm sorry, I can't stop making dumb jokes. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? Yes, Phoenix, evidence! The fucking basis of this entire game. I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. Yeah, but we have Emma's fingerprints on that leather cloth, which is certainly a suspicious thing. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
Well, it did when Mia died, although that one was faked, so it probably does now as well. I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Yeah, Shadow Mage, I eventually looked up a thing online, like the second thing online, which eventually gave me just the right angle for it. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. Also, like, given the circumstances, she would never actually be tried. She was 14 years old, had been held hostage literally minutes ago, was in the dark. She was never a murderer. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
I'm not even sure it would count as manslaughter. Given that the intention was self-defense, she was 14, it was in the dark. I don't think you'd manage to get anything to stick. Anyway, it's the pot again, because it's always the pot. It's the blood traces. This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that Sonic OC do not steal from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there's a line here drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points and the victim's message will become apparent. No!
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
He actually began writing down a several thousand-page novel. He only got to page 3,000 before dying. He was a very quick writer. Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim could have written under the circumstances. God, Shadow Mage, that joke is too good. Well, this is sure not great for young Emma. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So, this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. He was dying! God! Give the man a break on his penmanship during his literal last seconds.
Of all people, she may not have meant it. But in the end, the one who took the victim's life
was Emma Skye. God, if this game pulls some shit where it's actually EMA and it, like, stands for something else.
See, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you.
Chief Gant.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not?
Yes, Worthy! Juice! Juice, it's your man!
Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death.
God, this guy is such a gremlin.
Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
That is not on Edgeworth. Weren't you the chief detective on that case? Fuck off. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice.
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Order! 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 Order!
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. And heck it, I've been going for an hour longer than usual, but I really, really want to see how this concludes. I can't imagine that the last section is or the last couple of sections are going to be super long. So, yeah, I'm going to take a quick break, get myself some water. Chat, I encourage you to take a moment to stand, stretch, maybe get some water as well. And I will be back in 2 minutes. I'm going to run an ad, but you're not missing anything. It's just going to be my Be Right Back screen. And it reduces pre-roll ads for new people arriving. So yeah, I'll put on some music. Yes, I will pet Gummy. That's a very good idea, Copper. And as I said, probably 2 minutes. See you in a moment, chat. And I am back. You all did some good vibing while I was gone. I'm very proud of you. Also, Nikki, thank you for also, Copper, very, very good planning in advance. Also, Gummy is currently with me, so very good times. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Got a lot of nerve, pal, making the detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Landa's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is that a Sherlock Holmes duck on the cover of that book? That's a Sherlock Holmes duck on the cover of that book. Nothing else matters. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. That's a big book for 2 rules. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Yeah, Phoenix never studied evidence law. You know, which it makes sense when you're a shark. Less so when you're an attorney. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Don't worry, it's only 2 pages. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. Actually, I just want to quickly take a look at it. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department, and unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me. That's very sweet of you. He is our big himbo lad.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you are unaware of.
Oh? That certainly sounds interesting, Copper.
And Miss Skye found out she unwittingly caused the man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more?
You can be both. Sweet and terrifying go together very well.
You've got to be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Copper, are those tears of joy? I hope so. Because you deserve garlic bread.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
Oh god, Copper, I'm so glad.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor?
The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
struck a bargain? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
Solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
There's precedent in this fucking game! God! Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance? Not to my knowledge, Shadow Mage. If you called the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. The real murderer, huh? I know who that is. There's only one person it could possibly be. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What's this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir?
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine.
My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor?
Murder requires intent. Fuck you.
Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
No? Like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish.
He can be both.
You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Probably true in the real world as well, and it's fucking bullshit. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony.
God, I hate that smug face.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head.
Or, more realistically, the jar landed on his head. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. So he says he has nothing to do with arranging things, but evidence was in his safe. I had nothing to do with the forgery? Fuck you, you didn't. I could probably either the jar or the evidence list, but the jar has already done a lot of heavy lifting, so let's see if it can lift some more. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery? But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's the Sonic OC Do Not Steal you showed us earlier.
I'm never gonna get tired of that joke. I'm not stopping it. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, But the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found what?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this?
Oh! Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with it?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
I hate this fucker. However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy! Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured Dick will receive his due punishment.
Haha, haha, I bet you like to punish Dick, don't you? What? What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My! Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. God, Gumshoe better get such a big raise after this. Make him chief of police. Yes, he's slightly inept, but he's so good-hearted.
Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Duck was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery.
That's an interesting statement.
Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
The thing is, getting the conviction is the reason he's chief detective now. So I think he does have reason.
Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor?
In investigating the crime scene, should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm chief of police, right? There will be consequences.
Oh.
Indeed. I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Aji. In return, though, I know. That place, right?
What? Are they organizing either sex work or a drug deal? Do they have a spot behind the courthouse where they trade blowjobs for weed? I think that's what's happening here. Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Oh my god, they didn't explain what that's about. Yeah, he's just gonna stick with that. I don't think that's useful. You can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. Unfortunately, true. They were found after Dark was convicted, then they were worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Yes, there is. How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I am innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here.
Thank you, Judge.
But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Sky.
Well,
Now do you see?
rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Well, it would place the murder not on your side of the office, which is one thing, and also got you a conviction pivotal to your career. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you've reaped from all this.
No, I wasn't aware. What is said benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police.
No!
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Ho, ho, ho! No, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Well, that kind of blows a hole in my case.
Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might end up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do.
I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Ho, ho, ho! Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Yes. Yes, there could have. Immediately after this, Lana transfers and becomes chief prosecutor. If he helps her, he has a hold on the chief prosecutor. That's why he helped her. Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Yes. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
Judge, what the fuck? That's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
Who else was involved in forging evidence in this case?
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Don't tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
Sir, I'm going to need you to switch your brain on.
Oh, wait! You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Righto, my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done any such thing?
Not in court, but to me privately. Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. That's not gonna help anymore, though. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean?
Dude's threatening people in court. What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? Order, I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible!
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. All right then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
It's the ID card record. It's the one slot that is thus far unfilled.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. All sevens.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean?
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh shit! We got that cornered music.
Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go wherever I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just outdone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean?
This trial's purpose
is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
I feel like it's the lost item report. In fact, can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. Fuck! Oh, that, yes, it's that. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police.
Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh!
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
Accompanied him?
There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait! Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes! Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
No! Holy shit!
What the fuck just happened to him?
Chief Gant, you didn't.
Dude was halfway between Super Saiyan and just fucking exploding. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Fucking called it. He put the body in the trunk of Edgeworth's car, and then gave Edgeworth this shitty piece of evidence and said, "Oh, please take this back to your office." This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver? What does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did. Because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car?
Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order, order, order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. This was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please, say something.
I believe your time's up.
My time's up?
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? Police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? This is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman? That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor?
Do you have any concrete proof? proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body?
I don't think I do. We know that this wasn't the actual murder weapon. We know that this was, but like, there's no evidence on it. Yeah, I don't think we have any evidence. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, Aji? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
Oh, was that wrong? What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto? It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today.
Did I? I feel like if I fucked up, I would have lost the points already.
Okay, Aji, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Wah! Oh shit! Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Yes! Yes! Get the security lady in. Lady who knows the truth, another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Shit, Shadow Mage, run!
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
I mean, there's always the VOD, Shadow Mage. She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor, the defense calls forth Officer Meekley.
The defendant, Miss Lana Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Well, Shadow Mage, I suspect I'll be finished in less than an hour, so, you know, make your decision. But if you need a stream. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. That's fine, Shadow Mage. I hope you have a good stream, but it's also been fun having you here. Chungus, what are you talking about? What is censored for you?
The court will now take its final recess for the day.
No, you have a good stream, Shadow Mage, heck.
In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
Hold on.
Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences.
God, you cannot... This is clear intimidation. Someone should do something.
That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
Ugh, this isn't good.
Of course, you would never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief, he's something else, eh, pals?
Detective Gumshoe.
Hahaha, I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
Ah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office.
My office?
Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
Oh god, imagine him replacing Maya.
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand?
It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify.
Settle down, Wright.
Remember what the judge said? That's not a right to be invoked casually. There are certain risks. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too? Hey! She back. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister is being blackmailed by that terrible man, and she did it all just to protect me. Okay, time to switch off my alerts. That's only 5 follows, but is a concerning thing. I'm also going to switch off my event list, just in case any unpleasant names appear in there. I hope this isn't like a new style of follow bot. It's not the Hosses, but it's somebody. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
Hi, Cam. Yeah. What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. You didn't. God, that is not what happened.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame someone, blame society, pal.
Yeah, they already have options for email verification, which I've switched on, but, so like, bots shouldn't be able to chat, in my streams, but, yeah, it's still concerning. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see.
Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Yeah, it stops hate raids, potentially. It does nothing for follow botting.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand?
Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Being under oath does not seem to stop anybody in this fucking game. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Just like, that's a biological fact. That's not me saying I support you. I just want you to know that there's no way for us to change our DNA.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
That is almost certainly untrue. Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana...
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. Why? I want to know more details then. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor's award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But that's not what killed... That's not what killed him. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me.
So when you found a scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. Yeah, Juice, I've decided to finish it this evening. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife?
Then you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why did you move the body? Planting the knife is obvious. That's to get the conviction. When you showed up in the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Skye moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Oh, that's interesting. It's weird, though. I'm confused. Marshall wrote a message on the jar which spans multiple pieces. He had to have written it while he was alive, which means it was whole before she arrived. The jar was whole before she arrived. She's saying the jar was already broken, but it wasn't. It can't have been. Miss Skye, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? Copper, is the theory that you're cute because you're cute. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Heck, Copper! Maybe we're both right. Exactly so, and this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Well, he could have, but not in those circumstances.
Order, order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are. About the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. It was dark in the room, you didn't have time to check it out. That checks out. To be safe, you wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so you're sure you got them all. Except, you didn't. We know you didn't, because one of them was in Chief Gant's safe. How would you miss a big old chunky piece like that? This jar is doing a lot of heavy lifting in this case. Miss Skye, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about the final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up to the scene. Heck yes. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
Yes, Copper. You smarty. I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are far too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! Can you believe that?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that!
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying that this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? I mean, he doesn't really need to.
Oh!
Heck! This is a terrible time, but unfortunately, my Twitch scheduled ad break is coming up, and there's very little I can do to delay it. So I'm gonna take literally a 2-minute break. I've said it before. I don't want anyone to think I'm doing this for the money, because ads are not really worth money to streamers. A lot of the people here are subbed, so you won't even see the ad. But doing this removes pre-roll ads, so if new people arrive, it's a better experience for them. That's why I'm doing ads. I'm sorry. This is something I'm trying out. We'll see how it works long term. Frankly, I also just need a short break to rest my throat, because God, I've been doing this for nearly 5 hours now, and my throat is going to murder me in my sleep tonight. So yeah, I'm gonna put on some music. I'll be back in 2 minutes, and I encourage you to do some vibing, chat. Chat, can you vibe for me? Can you vibe? I think you know how to vibe, chat. And I am back. Apparently Juice hates vibes, so no vibes for chat. But I'm back. We can go back to vibing.
Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. Well, that's not really fabrication, it's more tampering.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Oh shit, Emma didn't kill him. Chief Gant killed him. I think. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. Oh shit, she just bit through her thumb. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. I don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that, coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Sir! Sir? Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, Wright? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. Juice, I have a small request. Can you bop the last several followers I've got? They all start with Gun. G-U-N. I think there's 6 or 7 of them. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. Thank you, Juice. You're the best bopper I know. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well, I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right, the witness may testify once more.
Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword?
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. However, I did receive something from Lana through Goodman, through Gumshoe this morning. Huh. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Thank you, Juice. You're the best.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Oh, so I couldn't do this kind of check before. Oh, that's quite gruesome. Hey, there's a picture here. Juice, did you know that you're the best mod anybody ever had? Oh. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. Juice, if you're not the best, then why are you the best? No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest, could that be... That's the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. Unfortunately, it has Emma's fingerprints on it, which proves that she pushed him. Nikki is correct. This is a handprint. Oh, that's not great. That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Oh? Okay. No more cross-examination.
Come now, Wadji.
That's a good question, Josh.
This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Kent? What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy, too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
I believe you can't anymore? I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Josh, we were asking her to testify about 2 years ago. So it makes sense that she hasn't said that yet, but also, I doubt she would, even at this point. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your neck.
Grrr.
God, he is so anime villain.
Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me.
Juice, that's his supervillain pose.
Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. It's not murder. She pushed someone she thought was a threat in the dark, and he stumbled into something. God, this game does not know what murder is.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
God, I don't think I can lie about it. Should I present that piece of evidence? I think I have to. Yes, Your Honor, I do have further evidence. All right, the time's finally come to show to them. Those prints have got to be the chief's. Oh, Emma. The handprint. I hate to be the buzz meme, Copper, but the handprint here is made of handprint. It's just handprint.
It's a piece of leather cloth?
Yes. It most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? No, that's fair, Copper.
There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are those? I'm sure Righto has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they?
They're Miss Skies. Miss Emma Skies. What? They're mine? So I really did do it.
See? I told you it was conclusive.
But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe.
Do you really expect me to something? I misclicked again. But give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No.
It appears we have our killer.
No! No! Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all counts. What? What? Okay, so slight confession. On and off, I've been checking a walkthrough just so that I can get through this quickly. But that apparently was the wrong thing to do. That's kind of frustrating. And now I'm gonna have to go through this super quickly to get back to where we were. I'm just gonna rush through and not read this stuff because, God, I've been streaming for... coming in on 5.5 hours. So I'm gonna get back to that same point, and I guess just not present the cloth? I hate it when walkthroughs are wrong. Yeah, that's super frustrating. Maybe I misread. That's always a possibility. But yeah, I'm just gonna zoom through this. So... Do. Why did you rearrange the crime scene? Yeah, she claims this didn't happen, even though later she confirms that it did happen. It's a whole thing. Da-da-da. Broke off the tip of Dark's knife. Yeah, why did you do... Why did you move the body? The reason for that is simple. The pieces of the jar threatened my plans. Except, of course, the jar was not broken at that point. Contradiction. Yeah, he wrote the message on it while it was not broken. Okay. It seems you're in the... Next part of the testimony. Fragments were so large, so I'm sure I got them all. Okay. But of course, as we know, one of them was not moved. Again, one of the pieces was not cleaned, so we know that this isn't... God, I hope no one has arrived at stream at this point and is just seeing me zoom through this, because it'll be a terrible experience. Yeah, we get the rad music. When the witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. And yeah, this is when I took my break a couple of minutes ago. Okay. Fabrication of evidence. Like I said, I'm just doing a zoom here. Just to get back to where we are. Yeah, tell us the truth this time, and both you and Emma may be found innocent. Okay, we're nearly where we were. This is where she tells me about the photo she took. She gave it to me just this morning. Hey, Merip, I fucked up, so I'm just doing a bit of a zoom, but we're very nearly at the end of this. Well, this isn't due to the lost save. That was several hours ago. I have been live for nearly 5.5 hours. Don't get me wrong, I'm enjoying it, but this has been a very long stream. This was just, I messed up and it was an instant game over. So Lana gave me a special picture, but I don't remember getting a picture. Not that. Not that, Phoenix. It's fine. And the picture is in this book. Nikki, stream will end soon. Because game will end soon. Okay, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright? That piece cut out from his vest, could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? So yeah, there was a piece of his vest with Emma's handprint on it, which we have every reason to believe is fabricated, but if you present it, is an instant game over. Which it shouldn't be, because Emma's not on trial. That doesn't prove that Lana is guilty. Those fingerprints were Emma's. Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Oh yes, and then Gant comes back to stop the cross-examination and forces me to present the thing, but I'm gonna have to not present it, I guess, even though the walkthrough says to present it. I must have misread the walkthrough. That is the best explanation. But he's not allowed to make a statement because he gave up his right. Yeah, he goes all anime supervillain for some reason. The evidence will make his testimony for him. I just want to get back to where we were as soon as possible. Oh, Gant is one of the worst bad guys. Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. So I'm just not going to present it. I guess I'm going to lie. But I'm also going to save. Because I don't fucking trust this game. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Ah, we're baiting him into confirming that there was stuff in his safe. Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. That's why you don't reveal it. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? Ho ho ho. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her? I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. Kinda looks like it, Josh.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe?
But why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
So he's still claiming Emma was the murderer, only that he kept the evidence to hide it, so that nobody would ever accuse him.
You mean you're calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too?
Ho ho ho! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept 1 more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe?
Yes, I admit it. I don't want to have to do that, being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Hopefully, Paula, but you never know in this world.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Fuck you, game. I'm saving before I do this. Fine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
She didn't, though. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes! At last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean...
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Ho ho ho! You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
I mean... Very well, I'll tell you. Well, Phoenix Wright seems very confident. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Is it? I mean, they're Emma's fingerprints. Emma? Emma Sky? Correct, she didn't murder him. But they're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? It happens. Phoenix has moments of genius. Oh, ho, 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 ho. You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Sky? You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. Josh! We forget about Goodman. Goodman doesn't exist. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. Oh! But you doing it isn't? I am looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. You'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. There's only one piece of evidence related to the cloth, which is the photo. But I don't... There's no blood on the cloth. There's blood all over his vest. But mysteriously not on the cloth. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked in blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh! But that piece of cloth. Wait! There's no blood on it. Ah! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense! Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. You know what, Josh? Given his build, that's the part that's easiest to believe. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over. Let me guess. No, it's not. He has one other thing. Oh? Oh ho ho ho! That was close, Righto! You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. They were going over evidence law, so it makes sense that it would come up now. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. What's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? I don't have any evidence to present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. That's not fair. Ho ho ho! Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. Okay, let's say we don't get him convicted for murder. Dude's still out of a job. No way he works as a chief of police ever again. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I did not. It wasn't relevant to the case at that point. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aji! Don't listen to his lies! He's nothing but a coward, you can't believe! There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. This is all about evidence laws, so I feel like this is the only appropriate thing. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. For once. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth. Nothing more. What? Yeah, it wasn't relevant to the case until he confirmed that it was from the vest. You see, it's written right here in this book, the second rule of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? Yeah, Gant had to approve it, and Gant had to prove that it was related to the crime. I just had a piece of cloth. Nothing more.
You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago. No!
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes!
No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. Juice! God, that line is amazing. He girl busts too close to the sun. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. Humph. I did my best to keep up with that. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've gotta help me. Goodman turned him down as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I am going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry! I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Okay, that's not the main issue here. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. You mean, the fake truth. So, you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yes. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. Well, yeah. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. It did for 2 fucking years. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. Except for how Edgeworth doesn't commit murders and then cover them up. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy! What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Oof! Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are 2 things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. Okay, but you got her out of the murder charge. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Paula, are you having a stroke? Oh! Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job. Oh my god, Edgeworth can't take compliments. Quick, call him cute.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor?
You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. The trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
No, Nikki, he did the more important job of finding the truth. Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
Because she can! And oh my god, she's so pretty when she smiles. She's pretty when she doesn't smile as well. But she's so pretty when she smiles. It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already, and this stream. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
That trial is 7,000 years long. My god!
That is all this court has adjourned.
I legit thought... I didn't think it was going to be like a whole double stream. Because I've basically done 2 streams today. Nikki, it's gonna happen, I'm sorry. At long last, it's finally over. Oh? Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. Oh god. Oh god, there's still so much! I'm just looking at the walkthrough. There's so much visual novel stuff still. At least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. But Juice, that's not enough for another stream! When I say there's a lot, there's like probably 20 minutes left. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. God, don't give me flashbacks! The problem is, I've got another ad coming up, and I don't want to run an ad at this point. But also, like, this is probably the best time to run that heckin' ad. I hate scheduled ads. No, let's see how quickly I can get through this. Fuck it. Ads coming in 20 minutes. Let's see if I can beat it. I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
God, Gumshoe, you're good.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you called me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Yes!
Lana! Should you be doing this?
She's still under arrest, you know. Oh, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago. Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis. Whoops, I clicked off screen by mistake. Ah! I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Yes! The effort you go to earn that smile, and then it's so worth it. And then that picture! It's so precious! My lord, these two are just... Must protect. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. It looks like the walkthrough was wrong. There was not a lot left. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. I like to imagine he's behind that plant there. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Ah, edgy. You don't have to be so edgy, teehee. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. No, he wasn't. Yes, you despise criminals, but you act... Edgy, you're getting better. Miles, I love you. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. I am going to join the League of Shadows and train and put on a batsuit. Yes, my real name is Bruce Wayne. But Edgeworth? Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Become a defense attorney! Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? I was just daydreaming about kissing Edgeworth. Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. The answer is, in fact, the evidence list. Since it was torn, each of us had one half. That I remember. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this, and that stupid fucking jar. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth! What will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn, and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? Oh, it still has the Sherlock Holmes duck on the cover? So good. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so another case came to a close. And for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go! And that is the final case in Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. No, I'm not reading through all of this. God, your friend in Europe is taking care of Emma? Fine. No, this is fine. I'm done. God, I've been streaming for 6 hours. Let it end. Thank you so much for joining me. We can raid Barry, we can raid Dither, we can raid... You know what, let's raid Shadow Mage. I don't think I've ever raided Shadow Mage. I'm so hungry. I should have had dinner hours ago. But yeah, thank you so much for joining me. That was a lot of fun. It was much longer than I expected at the end. And yet, I really enjoyed it, and I'm glad I finished it all in one stream. Yeah, I definitely think I'm going to be continuing this, just not maybe immediately. I might take a short break from Phoenix Wright, because it's quite an intense series and it kind of hurts my throat. Anyway, thank you, as I said, for joining me. I will be live again on Wednesday at 5:30 Eastern Time, continuing with my Pokemon Black randomizer Nuzlocke, which is going terribly. Completely terribly. In fact, there's a chance this week will be the end of it the way it's going. But we'll see. Apart from that, you can check out the rest of my streams in the schedule channel in my Discord or my schedule on Twitter. And I will see you all around, I hope. Have a wonderful time going forward. And say hi to Shadow Mage for me. Ciao.